Good morn... Aspen!
Good morn, Miho, to you.
Hi, hiya. How are y'all doing? Hi, Blossom. Hi, Olivia. I am sad to hear that your streak was fucked by by Twitch for some reason. This is sad. This is so sad. You went from 3 to 0. Sad. Well, welcome in. Welcome back, everyone. We're back with some more Cage of Roses. We love ourselves, Vampire Yuri. I just realized this image does not. This image implies that either Magdalena is standing on like a higher flight of stairs, or Meike is just crouching. I just realized because Magdalena, I can't see my cursor. Magdalena is shorter than Meike. So something doesn't add up here. Oh, they're on the staircase. Maybe? I think this is the
Happy
staircase.
Sapphic Sunday Mother, and Happy Possum Day. I mean Mother Day, Susume.
Happy Possum Day. Happy Possum Day. What's that supposed to mean, Bolivia? What that's supposed to mean? Every Cyber Sunday is a Happy Possum Day. I see. Hey Possum, what do you think about this? Is every Sunday a Happy Possum Day? Is every Cyber Sunday a Happy Possum Day? What do you think? I haven't the foggiest idea what's happening here, but welcome. We're back. We're gaming. We're gay. Ming. With some Cyber Sunday. Cage of Roses. Last time we went to see. What's his name again? Johanna. Johanna. Ow. Thank you. That is gay. Johanna Father Dvorak's acquaintance, assistant, who is unsurprisingly to me, unsurprising to all of us player, all of us non-characters, that the fact that the assistant, it was in fact a vampire. Wow, what a surprise that the assistant that could only meet after sundown was in fact a vampire. I am so surprised. I have hiccups apparently as well. I also have hiccups. Wow. Lovely thing. But yeah, and also what else?
I was just thinking that you look like the sort of
Olivia.
person who would enjoy one of
I
our
was just thinking
fairy
that you look
kiss
like the
sort of
chillers.
person who would enjoy one of our fairy kiss chillers.
Hiccups. I've heard. Are you doing what I think you're doing? Not you. There we go, sorry. Anyways. Meike and Magdalena had a little stroll, stroll back in the garden again. they had some more heart-to-hearts, had some sad things, some lovely. The best way to cure hiccups. You're not a fish. You could. I mean, my ability to breathe air is debatable. I want to say, but I'm not quite sure. Yeah. Also, Magdalena and Meike, shared a kiss together. Very lovely kiss. They're sad. They're sad Yuriing. They're sad Yuriing, and we love that for them. Magdalena's so sad. Magdalena's so sad. She's sad lady. So sad. So sad. I'm doing something I'm gonna regret doing. I'm gonna regret doing this, but this is fine. You won't see it, you know, no one knows what's happening. But I'm gonna regret it probably in the long run. So what I'm doing. What? Possum? What's wrong? Don't what? What's wrong? What's wrong, Possum? What do you mean don't? Don't what? You'll never know. What do you mean? What do you mean? Anyways, what do we leave off with? What do we leave off with? Where do we leave off with? Being sad. Oh, we left being sad. We left off being sad. We're so sad. Look at that! Wait, we're gonna revisit this real quick. Look at them! They're so cute and sad. I love them. They're so cute. But yeah, they shared a little hug. Don't overwrite that. I want to load, please. They shared a lovely hug together. Look at them. They're so cute. How sad do we being? Bolivia. Bolivia, no. Not that kind of sad. Bolivia, no. Not that type of sad. But yeah, we're back. We left off. Magdalena, I believe, was about to see the mistress of the house. I believe is what's happening right now. Because this is where it left off at. We just left off here. Because Meike was being sad. Sad, yearning, question mark. Sad yearning. In the bed. And then we transitioned over to Magdalena. But yeah, I'm excited. I'm excited for more. Let's see what the fuck is up with Magdalena. And what's gonna happen. We're gonna find out. Well, Meike lay abed tonight, trying to sleep. Magdalena sat at the bedside of another, holding in her hands a dish filled with bright red. Hey, my mistress. Magdalena proffered the dish to a figure who lay upon the bed before her, her expression one of fearful reverence. I procured it a brief while ago. I fear I tarried a while to see you, and it may have gone cold. It is still fresh, though, and its flavor should not be compromised. I thought it was comparable, but now it is compromised. I can't read English words today. Oh well. I hope it is to your taste. The shitty figure rose, the metallic chains which bound her clinking, then shifted forth. Her nostrils twitched, savored the scent of blood in the dish, before she brought her tongue to it, her red lips parting like an awful, oozing soul. Magneto tried not to wince as her mistress pressed her tongue to the quivering meniscus of Meike's gathered blood. Nor when the damp, quiet sounds of her supping filled the room. The sound of the mistress's feeding was dispersed only with the lowering of the breeze outside. As it rattled against the window panes, it sounded sad and mournful, which seemed rather appropriate. Magdalena had never much enjoyed these feeding sessions with her mistress, but she enjoyed it rather less now. It was hard for her to remain emotionless. A Grecian figure carved with marble, when she knew so intimately the woman whose blood filled its dish. She did not wish to exploit Meike further, nor to hurt her. She could hardly bear the burden of her wicked deeds. They weighed heavier and heavier upon her shoulders with each day that passed, but what was she to do? If she did not believe Meike, her mistress would suffer in turn. Her mistress, weak and feeble that she was, needed somebody to look after her. She had no way of procuring blood on her own. Had Magdalena not provided for her, throughout the years she would have been long dead. Sometimes Magdalena thought this might be for the best. But these thoughts seemed wicked, and they made Magdalena shudder. She could not abandon her mistress, no matter how onerous. Onerous? How to say words. Onerous. Honors? Honors? Say that again, Google. Google. Onerous. Okay. No matter how onerous caring for her had become. They were alike, she and her mistress. Two birds of a feather. Society would shun them, both for being a pair of misfits. They were both monsters. Magdalena's mistress was the only creature like her she knew of. She was all which stopped Magdalena from being utterly alone, and all which had granted her purpose. Magdalena had vowed, when first they turned, that she would protect her. I was willing to become the weakest of villains for her sake. I have debased myself, but vile act after act, and for a while I thought my humanity forfeit. Magdalena sighed, her lips pursed, as her mistress, heedless as always, of her words, continued to drink. But I fear I must be softer than I thought. I have killed many men without flinching. But the thought of killing me again. Magdalena sighed again. A sigh which seemed to issue full, not just from her chest, but from a deep, shadowy recess inside her. When she exhaled, it left her almost breathless. I don't know if I can do this. Not even for you. For you. I want to make you happy, dear one. But if the price of your happiness is my Meike's life, that seems like too steep a price to pay. If I keep going as I am, I fear something inside me might break. If it has not been broken already, that is. Unable to face her mistress or herself, Magdalena let her eyelids fall closed. Her lashes melted together, long and spiky, like albino spider's legs. She did not cry, but she felt phantom tears prickling her eyes regardless. Sobs she could not make wreck her slender shoulders. All the while her mistress continued to sup as a cat might, her pointed tongue lapping Meike's blood, her head bobbing back and forth. Her mistress was, in many respects, like a pet. Eating always contented her, but eventually she would show her claws. Magdalena had been on the receiving end of said cold more than she could count. Her arms were littered with bruises which were all the thanks she received for her labour. Aiding her young mistress had never been the most thankful of tasks, but Magdalena had persevered. Looking after her mistress had been Magdalena's only purpose in life or night on a century. It had been her only reason to keep going. Now, however, I wish you knew what I was speaking about. I wish you could understand how I felt. That none of this had ever happened to me, and especially to you. You never deserved any of this. My poor, dear Estelle. It was that night, the moon round and full, when Hayakimi, when Henny ventured into the woods, Johan, and Haida Marie in tow. Hi, Kimmy. Welcome, welcome. How are you? How are you? Welcome, welcome. You're just in time. You just missed some sad, slight, Magdalena backstory. Little crumb of Magdalena, lore. How you doing? This lovely South, I hope you're doing well. Hope you're doing well. The woods were every bit as eerie and inhospitable as Henny remembered from her wanderings weeks prior. The boughs of the trees were curled like claws, as though meaning to grab her, and uneven floor was strewn with loose leaves, twisted roots, and creeping fog. It was a cold, windy night, and the breeze which ran through and bounced with these skeletal trees seemed almost to sigh. The breeze nipped at Hetty's fingers, and at the hem of her sensible black maid's dress, so she shivered. Hetty knew where Magdalena's home was, more or less, yet she had been in such a state as she ran away from it. She felt disoriented. The forest was so full of tall, skinny trees, it was hard for her to get a bearing. She hoped only that she was right in her recollection, and her footsteps were leading her closer to Meike's side, rather than further. Please, Meike, Hetty prayed silently, as her soul suppressed the twigs and leaves beneath her. Be safe. That's all I ask. Isn't this a beautiful night? Ida Marie spoke in casual tones that belied the seriousness of their situation. As they walked, she, for her part, seemed quite at ease. Though perhaps that was because, as a vampire, she was accustomed to the stillness of the night. Certainly, she would have preferred it over the heat and light of the day. You're so hot. Living is so lovely, yet lethal. Lethal? But of course, werewolves aren't the only beings who undergo significant changes during the full moon. It also imbues us vampires with strength. Hardy Marie flexed her fat fingers, not her fangs, fingers, extending them, as a pianist might before setting them down to play a symphony. For the being who's been dead for so many centuries, I feel quite alive. I'm positively tingling with excitement. It's been a long time, a long while since I had a job to do. Adam's lips slipped into a grin, wide enough to reveal her incisors. They twisted. They glistened, not twisted, glistened the front of her mouth, sharper and more deadly than needles. I hope it doesn't disappoint you. I hope it doesn't disappoint. I'll be upset if this Magdalena does not put up a fight. No, Marie. We didn't come out here just to have fun. Poor Henrique wishes for her help. We must do all we can to aid her. We can do aid her. All we can do aid her. This is a typo. Oh dear me. A typo in the game. Oh. Whatever shall I do? You know, a responsible person would report the spelling error. This is serious. A woman's life may be in the line. Well, of course I know that. I'm aware that this will be a delicate operation. My voice changed again. Whoopsies. But I think that makes this even more entertaining. It's been a terribly long time since I got to rescue a fair maiden. I do so love being a brave, noble hero. So I must give you a few words of advice, Fräulein. I like how the only reason I know how to say Fräulein is because Genshin Impact. And that's the only reason I know how to say Fräulein. Because of Genshin, and that's it. Lol. I love myself, Fischl. I love Fischl. He's great. There's a chance that your beloved mistress may already be departed from this world of mortals. Oh? And he stiffened at this. And Johan's disapproving frown deepened. Henrique, Marie, please be more considerate. By that, you mean ply her with false reassurances? No, such sweet lies might come easily for you, Johann, but they don't sit right with me. I might be a depraved monster, but I don't like to deceive people. I don't deceive people. It's the word of God. And do you truly believe in this event, the eventual reckoning, and the salvation and heaven? Yes, of course I do. You know I do. I wouldn't preach for such a manners if I didn't. Marie pressed her lips together, eventually capitulating. Yes, I suppose you're right. You've always been an awful goody two-shoes. You're not a liar either, Johann. Though you are misguided in your optimism. I know you wish only to think of the most positive potential outcome, but life often does not work out as we might want. Yep, there we go. I paused there just for because I knew Pasta was gonna react to that. When I said, goody two-shoes. A little goody two-shoe. For goodness sake. Maktaku, more.
Partook, more. For goodness sake. What in the Lord's name?
Aries. There's money.
Rose and Marine. Rose and money,
Anyways, I know you wish only to think of the most positive potential outcome, but life often does not work out as we might want.
Hidemary. Hidemary looked again to Henny, one arm resting on her hip.
Pavathoya, I'm not privy to everything that happened in Augustburg's vicinity. I cannot say for certainty that your mistress might be unscathed. Though I'm certain I'll be able to dispatch with this Magdalena in due course. It might be too late for your mistress. Please come to terms with that during our travels. It will save you a lot of unnecessary grief later.
I suppose you have no ill intentions for saying this? Johann clicked his tongue, while Hidemary tittered.
But you don't need to sound half so gleeful while praising your concerns.
It makes one doubt how genuine you're being.
You think I'm not being genuine?
You rarely are. You're a menace.
Woe is me!
Hidemary staggered back dramatically, one hand pressed to her breast, as though she had been mortally wounded. That had he not been so tense, perhaps she would have smiled at Hidemary's antics. As it was, however, she found herself incapable of seeing the funny side of the young woman's capering. Her thoughts were too full of Meike's to pay the mischievous Hidemary much heed. She knew Hidemary had a point, where Meike could very well be dead. But Henny did not wish to come to terms with such a possibility. If Meike was dead. Oh! If Meike was dead. Frau Henrik. It was Johanna who spoke next. Johanna. It was Johanna who spoke next after the pause meant by Hidemary's warning, his voice softer and gentler than the moonlight. I know Hidemary speaks callously, but she does have a point. There's no guarantee you will be able to save your mistress. But if her heart beats still, then Hidemary and I will be all in our power to save her. You can rest assured on that score. Please, place your faith in us. I would never seek to betray your trust. Not when you want the efforts of seeking us out as you did.
Yes, Johann. Yes, Johann is right. If there is a damsel in distress, but deserves this damage to recover, she shall, of course, be rescued. And if she is a corpse, well, we'll simply have to pay her our respects. Either way, you get the closure you want. By the time this night is out, we will know exactly what's happened to your beloved Meike. Thank you. I don't know how Meike has been faring, but what state she might be in when we find her. But I suppose it'll help out. I suppose I'll find out soon enough before the night comes to a close. Everything will be sorted then, one way or another, for better or for worse. Yes. That's a good way of looking at it. It's best not to get your hopes up too soon. Too much.
Hidemary giggled herself anew, as a young girl might, while Henny continued to traipse through the woods.
She's been walking for almost an hour now. You could feel the chill air growing colder as it settled about her shoulders, like a shroud. And he shivered, winding her arms about herself as though and thought about Meike. If Meike was alive, she supposed she would be asleep right now, perhaps in the very same cell as she and Henny had once played Joker in. And he hoped Magdalena had given Meike enough to eat, but she doubted it. Magdalena had not, for all her pretenses, been the most hospitable hosts. They could only pray, with each footstep she took, that Meike had been able to endure all her suffering. Oh, all that suffering she went through. She truly suffered a lot. Yearning. She suffered the Yuri yearning. She yearned for that Yuri. The hardest of suffering. I agree, Possum. She endured alright. For sure. Oh, she sure endured something. Truly. She was a strong person, far stronger than her fair skin and delicate features suggested. But you could still remember how, when they'd been children, Meike confessed to her mother that it had been her who had first hit upon the bright idea of entering the family's mausoleum. She who should be punished, rather than Henny. Meike had always come to Henny's defense, heedless of what might happen to her. And he had always admired Meike for her sense of justice. She thought her good, honest, and unwavering. Now, Henny meant to display similar qualities in Meike's sake. Meike continued to walk on, top of her head illuminated by the milky moonlight. Foliage rustled about her, and overhead an owl hooted. The fog swirled from her ankles. It was so thick, and you could hardly see where she was going. Henny's eyes were not golden. Henny Marie's. Henny's eyes were not golden like Henny Marie. Heidi Marie's. But those of an ordinary human, and they were unaccustomed to gloom. Henny stumbled several times while walking, and Johann had to support him. Normally, he would have thanked Johann for his consideration. She was so focused upon her task that she hadn't the words spare for him. Every beat of her heart seemed to call out Meike's name. Every thought was laced with her dear friend and ever fate. Henny knew it was a possibility that she might be too late, but she too discarded it. She soon discarded it. Meike would be fine. She had to be fine. He still had hope. It swelled within her, growing stronger and stronger the closer she drew to Magdalena's home. Meike kept going, placing one foot after the other, in a grim march still. second. I need to go grab something. I thought I was thinking someone gotta grab real quick. Be back in a minute. Sorry about that. I'm back. I had to go check something real quick, and then... yeah. Alright, back to the Yuri. Kind of. Yeah. I'm gonna stretch past them.
I was just thinking that you look like the sort of person who would enjoy one of our
hydrate?
fairy kiss chillers.
Ah, yes. We must be on the right track. I can smell it now. Smell what? Death. Hardy Marie's answer was a simple one. Yet it made Hetty shudder all the same. Vampires often cloak their abodes in magic, but those parlor tricks only work on mundane creatures like human. To fellow vampire like myself, such enchantments are mere child's play. Try though we might, we vampires cannot hide from ever. The stench of death is much too strong. The soil beneath our feet is soaked with blood. When I sting to my ears, I can hear, when I strain my ears, I can hear the sound and screams of the victims in the air. You must be very, very close indeed. I heard Marie smile. Her incisor razor sharp in the gloom which swirled about her. Now, I must prepare myself for coming face to face with this young vampire. I would hate to look a mess. The world is monochrome. Read the third act. Act 4. A maid and her mistress. It took Meike almost a full hour before she was finally able to drift off that night. Lulled into the world of slumber, the stirring of breeze beyond her bedroom window. Yeah, sorry. Yeah. My headphones are gonna stuck on Miho. My headphones are gonna stuck on Miho. Lol. I moved my head and Miho's just on my headphone cord. Can't believe it. I'm gonna grab some gummy bears as well while I'm here. In her dreams, Meike saw herself Magdalena. She wished they were smiling, arms linked, like a pair of older women. In this dream, Meike was not the sole daughter of the once noble Von Essen, and Magdalena was not a vampire. They were both young ladies from modernly well-to-do families, both young and fresh-faced, with no outside pressures forcing them to wed. In this dream, Meike and Magdalena were of a like age, equals, who had formed a fast friendship. Oh, you guys don't know who they are. Together, they would promenade around their family's estate, play cards, and help one another with their hair. They flipped through fashion magazines, offered helpful critique upon one another's clothes, and often, during quiet moments, they would sit together and devour books like sweetmeats. They would read plays and poems and prose, and once they had finished with their tomes, they would talk about them to one another excitedly. Nobody condoned, nobody condemned their friendship. Nobody sought to come between the pair of them. Annie gladly gave Meike and Magdalena her blessing, as did their parents. Meike's mother, in her dream, was not the exacting Lady Von Essen, but another woman, altogether. A woman kinder and more accepting, who did not smack books from Meike's hands, nor revile her for being so too willful. Meike had even dared, in this dream, peruse with her fictional pursue with her fictional Magdalena a relationship deeper than that of close friend. There were covert glances, the brushing of the fingers out in public, arms linked and with heads dipped just a little too close, and they shared secrets. In private, meanwhile, between the readings of books and their girlish chatter, they came even closer together until... But Meike knew that these dreams could not come to pass. She was tormenting herself by indulging in a fantasy which could not be realized. But still, she continued to dream. She did not want to give up her fantasy up. How could she? Meike had been lonely for most of her life. She was tired of denying her heart what it needed, what it wanted. She was smoldering. Meike turned beneath the covers, lost amongst her wonderful, impossible, painful dreams, when the sound of a scream awoke her. It was distant, but loud enough to penetrate her bedroom door. Meike sat up with a start, her mind jumbled. One hand fell to her chest, fingers splayed beneath which her heart beat wildly, caught between sleep and waking. Why the fuck did you open this screen? Stop opening that page, please. Phone. I don't need that page open every time. Sorry. If I press it, I gotta open the... The screen continued, high and hopeless. It was hard to gauge who owned that voice, but Meike thought it belonged to a woman. It was Magdalena. Had she been caught off guard, her home laid waste. Meike knew not what kind of creature could make a vampire scream, but it must have been a frightening. A trembling Meike arose from the bed, then dashed barefoot to the bedroom door. Shook the handle between her fingers and tried it, but it was too soon scribble. The door was, as always, locked. Meike took a step back, fingers clenched at her front, deliberated. How was she to escape? Brute force was an option, she supposed. Meike was not very strong herself, but Magdalena's home was ancient. Everything was crumbling. The look must have some give in it, enough to be sprung, perhaps, by her shoulder, if she applied enough force. Maybe she could try to jimmy the lock with more elegant methods. Maybe a hairpin. Meike had several, which she kept in a ceramic tray by her bedside, which she used to style her hair. Meike had never tried to pry open a door with such an elegant method before. When she had broken into her family's mausoleum all those years ago, she had simply stolen a set of keys. It seemed imperative to try with. If Magdalena was being hurt, then Meike wanted to protect her. Meike knew she could not simply stand idle and do nothing. Meike patted to her bedside and lit the candle, which sat there with trembling hands. Which let it happen from the dish by her side for the job. Clutching it tightly in her hands, she then started back to the door. Meike paused by the door, making to slide the slender pin into the lock. But her attempts at escape soon proved to be necessary. It opened outwards, creaking as it did, before she had a chance to make use of the hairpin. There was somebody standing there in the entrance to Meike's bedroom chamber. Somebody that Meike knew well, by the darkness which swirled in the hallway. It was Honey. Reunion. A mistress and her maid. Together again.
Oh, Meike! Meike, thank goodness! I'm so glad to see your eyes.
He threw herself forward before Meike had a chance to speak, and tightly wound her arms about her mistress's waist. The hairpin Meike had grasped now fell from her hand, fingers falling slack. Hit the threadbare carpet, and there it lay, illuminated by spots of moonlight which crept in through the worn curtains drawn about the window. The moonlight lit Henny's face too, or half of it, and Meike could see tears beating about her lashes. Meike didn't think them tears full of sadness, however. Looked instead to be born of relief. It had been almost a month since Meike had seen Henny last. Now they had finally been reunited. It was all so sudden and so very unexpected. It still did not feel real. Meike wondered whether this was not a continuation of her dream, now taking on a different bend that seemed unlikely. His body was so soft as Meike remembered it, that it was unyielding as it pressed against her, and a grip too tight to be made fancy. Meike had read a good number of books in her time, but imagination was hardly good enough to conjure up a scene this vivid. It was Henny in the flesh, come to rescue her, just as she had promised.
Henny? No. Henny?
Meike began to sob herself, from both surprise and relief. She returned Henny's embrace, resting her head upon her shoulder, and for a while, neither woman spoke. They stood there, in the entrance of Meike's bedroom, and sobbed, clinging tightly as though their lives depended upon it. The screams, however, did not abate. The fresh volley of piercing cries made Meike's body stiffen. Concerned, she drew back and looked at Henny. And looking at Henny, said, "What are you doing here? How'd you get here? Did you do something to Lena?" "There's no time to explain right now. First, you should need to escape." "Escape? But where?" "Outside! Hurry, Meike, before she catches us." "She?" Meike's brow furrowed. "You're talking about Lena?" "I mean that monster, yes. Heidi Mary is holding her back, but I don't want to hang around like this while they settle the matters. I spent more than enough time around monsters to last a lifetime, and I bet you have too." "It was horrible, Meike. The things I've seen tonight to try and save you. But I don't want to dwell on it. It doesn't matter. Come on, let's go." "But I'm not dressed. I can't wander about the woods in my nightgown. Not barefoot. Need some shoes at least." "It can wait, please, my kids. Hurry. We need to run." "What?" Meike tried to protest, but Henny refused to listen. She squeezed Meike's hand in her own and turned, pulling her through the hallway and away from her bedchamber. Away from her prison cell. Away from her life with Magdalena. Meike called after Henny, bidding her to stop. But he did not listen. She continued, set to run, her soles slapping against the stones. Meike tried to twist her arm from her friend's. She hadn't the power for it. Magdalena had taken too much of her blood that night, and had left her weak, anemic, as had the kiss, then the caress which had followed afterwards. Meike had always been thinner than Henny, her colouring more delicate, but in that moment, Henny's strength seemed indomitable. This must have been the measure, Meike supposed, how greatly Henny cared for her. But oh. While Meike was glad to see Henny, she did not wish to leave Magdalena's side. Not like this. If she was to leave, she at least wanted to speak to her once more, to tell her what had happened. Meike tried to dig her feet against the cold floor, but it was too little to avail. Henny responded only by exerting more pressure upon her hand. She was gripping Meike's fingers hard enough to hurt, hard enough, Meike feared. She felt these bruises. "We need to keep going. We're almost there. Just a little further." And he tried to console Meike, but a comforting voice fell upon deaf ears. Meike's attention had been taken, not by Henny's rescue attempt, nor her own concern for Magdalena, but by a door thrown ajar a few paces away. Meike had not been inside any room in Magdalena's home, save her own, so she could not help but cast a curious glance at its interior. The room was dark, the curtain drawn, yet Meike could make out several shadowy shapes within. There was an armoire, an escalier, and an impressive oakly hewn bed, not so very different from the one in Meike's room. But there was one factor, however, which differentiated the room in which Meike had stayed from this one. And that was the chain looped about the bedroom, the headboard. These chains which glinted in the dappled moonlight, ended in monocle, which was still sealed tight about the limbs of a creature no longer stirred. The creature, which laid upon the bed, had 2 slender arms and 2 slender legs. It wore upon its body a gown which might once have been fine, but now was hopelessly tattered. Its legs were bare, and it wore no shoes. Its hair, long and dark, was matted about its face. Its eyes closed as if in slumber. Meike could not tell. Could tell it was a small creature, and lying down, a good head shorter than herself, and far skinnier. But Meike realized with a gasp, the creature was not a creature at all. It was a girl, and a very young girl at that. She could not have been much more than 4 or 5 years of age. She was still a veritable infant, an innocent child. Red like roses. Meike makes an unsettling discovery. Red like roses fills my dreams. She was dead. Somebody had driven a decorative blade into her chest so deep its pointed tip threatened to pin her to the mattress upon which she lay. A single rivulet of red ran from the girl's mouth, staining her alabaster skin, and her arms and legs were bent at awkward angles, as if they had been hopelessly broken. Meike! And he turned to look at her friend, fearful of what she had spied, and upon seeing her harried expression, winced. Please don't look at it. It will only upset you. God knows it upset me enough seeing I had agreed to that. That had to be done. She was a human, Meike. Meike could see that well enough. With what with how horribly pale that girl was, but still, she grieved for her. She couldn't overlook how very young the girl was, nor how fragile she looked. It seemed a gross cruelty to treat a child so. Who could have killed her so callously? Meike's stomach churned. She heaved. Then, but little, acted tears beading with her eyes. Meike! Meike turned her head and vomited all over the stone floor. Meike felt woozy after ejecting the contents of her stomach upon the floor, yet hadn't the time to properly regain her bearings. More sympathetic, Henny was anxious to keep moving, and after consoling Meike, soon took hold of her hand again. I'm sorry, Meike, but we really have to run. We can't stay here. Not any longer. I need to get you to safety. Meike would have argued, if she could. She felt perfectly safe with Magdalena. It could not. There was a sharp, sour taste in the back of her throat, which prohibited all words, and, in any event, she knew the words she wanted to speak were untruths. She was not safe with Magdalena. How could she be, when the other woman had caused her so many wounds? If she continued to stay with Magdalena, it seemed inevitable that she would die. Henny knew this too, and had travelled all this way to rescue her. Yet though Meike appreciated it, an ungrateful part of her wished she had not bothered. Meike had already made peace with the thoughts of dying. She had made peace with it long ago, before Magdalena had taken her a prisoner even. She had always been a captive in some form or another, unable to say what was on her mind or do what she truly wanted. Living with her parents had been no true life. It had been a hollow, empty existence which had parried in living. It had been so full of waiting, all without consequence for it to mean anything. Meike had never truly lived at all. Not in all her 25 years. She had only changed after meeting Magdalena. Magdalena meant to kill her, but at least her company had lent Meike's pitiful existence some sense of purpose. Meike didn't want to leave her. She couldn't leave her. But Meike knew not how to communicate this to Henny. She did not think Henny would understand, regardless of how close they were. How could she? Henny had witnessed Meike's lonesomeness for herself, with her own eyes over the course of many years, but she knew not how it had hurt Meike, wearing her down until death began to seem preferable. The purgatory she found herself in. She had an idea. She thought she was saving Meike, but in fact she was only wrenching her away from all it was she cared for. What would she do, Meike wondered. If Henny really was able to liberate her from Magdalena's abode, where would she go? To Augsburg, she supposed? To marry Walter Geralt, as her parents had planned? That was too horrible a fate to contemplate. Meike would have rather died. She would have rather died with Magdalena. Come on, Meike, just a bit further. And he led Meike into the entrance hall of Magdalena's home. It was a vast, empty shell of the room, which might once have been grand, but now was choked with dust. Meike took in vast, though vaguely, the chandelier suspended from the chandelier supposed suspended from the ceiling, festooned with spider webs, the old piano in the corner, the lid closed, the keys untouched. The air was stagnant, its stem of decay. The entrance hall was dark too, illuminated only by a few weak, wavering bands of moonlight, which spilled in through the windows. The moonlight was bright enough, however, that Meike could see the hall was not deserted. She could see figures, one hanging back, obscured by shadow, while the other two-faced against the other. One of these figures was Magdalena. She was glowing, her lips pulled back in a snarl which revealed her teeth sharp like knives. The other figure, meanwhile, wasn't familiar to Meike. Her stature was diminutive, her heart-shaped face dwarfed by her swaths of fair hair. This figure, this girl, seemed so slight, Meike couldn't have put her age at anything past 8 or 9. She was so slender, there was something fairy-like about her. The girl looked innocent, but a glance made it apparent that she was no ordinary child. Her skin was as white as milk, and her eyes were liquid gold. They must be like Lena. Like the girl, Meike thought, at the chateau. Shackled to the bed, impaled to the heart. She was a vampire. Come on, Meike! Let's try and get around them while they're busy. We've got a bit of a way to go, but I think we'll be able to make it. I don't think they've noticed us. And he led Meike down the stairs. She followed, barefoot, dazed by all which had occurred. True to his word, Magdalena seemed not to notice her. She was too busy glowering at the young vampire girl, a truly awful expression upon her face. Oh goodness, is this how you treat all your guests? You aren't the most hospitable, are you? I thought you would have been glad to have their company, leaving a lonely pair like this for so very long. But I suppose not. Please don't tell me you're one of those curious people who enjoy being alone. If that were the case, I doubt you would have seen such an ardent practitioner of kidnapping. Shut up. Don't make that tone with me, you monster. Don't you dare. Oh? The girl raised her eyebrow. A monster, am I? Yes, you are. You're an unparrot of a monster. Don't act so high and mighty when you know what you did. You killed my mistress, you coward. You killed her in cold blood while she was chained up, unable to act. And she was only a child! Yes. I suppose I did do that, didn't I? You suppose. I did. I did.
You see me as a
And I
child.
must apologize for
Foolish
that. I
and weak.
fear I must have
Maybe you're
made
right.
quite the poor
Maybe
first
that's
impression.
all I am.
Maybe I'm weak. Maybe that's all you are. Thank you, pausing for the redeem. Love that. Love that. Great timing. Great. Stares at your shoulder. Stares at your elbow. On table. Lol. Perhaps I ought to have sought your company out first, rather than heading straight to the little mistress in her chamber. But I thought it common courtesy, you see, to talk to the lady of the house before her servants. You might have had years to perfect your deception, but I can tell at a glance you're not a proper lady. You're just a common scullery maid. It's very amusing that you thought you could act above your station like that. It's so funny. You might laugh. But I suppose that would be rude too. Goodness me! I really can't do anything right. Marie. A third figure, this one a tall, slender man who had been half hidden in the shadows, stepped forward to caution the young girl. Don't make such a scene. Murdering a child is nothing to gloat about, not when she was incapable of fighting back. Now let us stop this silliness and focus on the task at hand. We still have one more vampire to dispose of before we can consider our job done. Oh? The vampire girl, Marie, Meike supposed her name was, inclined her head in the tall man's direction, then pouted. That isn't very any fun, Johann. You should know that how much I love talking. It's rather I get chance to interact with them on my own. I'm aware, but you shouldn't let yourself get distracted. Not while we still have a job to do. You need to focus. Ah, the pain. You never let me have any fun. Magdalena stared Hidamari down. Hidamari down. Her red eyes lit more like pinpricks in the white of her eyes. You killed my young mistress. That you regard. You would kill my young mistress. And you would call it fun. Have you truly no heart? You are reprehensible. Perhaps I am, but you're no right to chastise me. Yourself, vampire. How many innocents have you murdered yourself over the years? Satiate your own bloodlust. This house has quite the macabre history. You can pretend otherwise. You've been doing this for decades, but you can't hide the truth from me. I can smell blood in the air and all the death. Now, I think a higher time to put an end to your wicked ways. It should be that hard. Hidamari's golden eyes flickered languishingly over Magdalena. You aren't all in your peak physical condition. I can see in that painted look on your face. Isn't the way you slapped your shoulders? That little mistress of yours, you kept chained like a rabid dog, hasn't been treating you very well, has she? That is none of your business. You've been sustaining her over the years with fresh victims. Don't think I don't know what's going on, but she hasn't been all appreciative of your efforts. I imagine she gets violent when she gets hungry. I wouldn't be at all surprised if she bites. Be quiet. That's the problem, of course. When our kind are turned too young, these poor, pathetic, fledgling vampires tend to lose their rationality. They can't handle the strain of immortality, and their mental faculties abandon them. They lose their sense of self, and they become nothing more than monsters. They can't be reasoned with. They can scarcely even think. They exist solely to satisfy their own hunger. We vampires are greedy, selfish creatures. And we're never satisfied for long. It's impossible to keep young vampires like that from lashing out, no matter how hard you might try. That girl was obviously a lost cause. I had no idea why you thought it was a good idea to keep her alive for so long. I was doing you her a favour when I killed her. She was an abomination. Aberration. I said be quiet. I might not be in my best condition right now, but I'm more than a match for a coward like you who murders small children for sport. I won't let you escape unpunished, not after what you've done to my mistress. That is funny. That is funny. It's awfully hypocritical that you want to fight me when I was turned before my 11th year. In human terms, I'm still a young girl myself, but perhaps I don't get any funny ideas. But please don't get any funny ideas into that empty head of yours. I'm not so weak as that creature you called your mistress. I never did lose my sense of self. I've been alive for centuries. I am one of the oldest vampires in Europe, and I am certainly the most powerful. Do you really think you can beat me? If so, I admire your optimism, but it's very much misplaced. It would be easier if you simply submitted to me. But never mind. I'm more than willing to teach you a lesson. Meike had been watching this exchange halfway up the grand staircase, frozen in horror. But now Henny seemed, at long last, to have had enough. Meike, come on! and he tugged at Meike's hand again, trying to chivvy her away. We need to move! Meike knew Henny was right, yet she could not tear her eyes away from Magdalena. Hardemarie was fast approaching Magdalena, supremely self-confident despite her short stature. The vampire girl might not have looked like a child, but Meike knew she was anything but. Her smile was gentle enough, but her cold eyes were cold, contained within them no mercy. It was she who had killed the child chained upstairs. She had driven a stake through her heart to the cracks, to her dying cries. What's this? Email? What is this email about? Oh. Nothing important. She was every inch a killer, just as Magdalena was. Now she meant to put an end to Magdalena too. Meike feared she might be successful in this endeavor. How could Meike run away with Henny if that happened? She could not. She had to protect Magdalena. I'm sorry, Henny, what? Meike, with a burst of newfound strength, wrenched her arm free from Henny's grasp and dashed forth. I need to help Lena. What? For Meike! And he called after her. Across her friend, her right arm extended. Why would you do that? She kidnapped you. You don't owe her anything. She tried to keep that to me. That doesn't mean I don't care about her. She's a good person, personally. I don't want her to be hurt. Morta's killed. No, wait. Oh, please, wait. Meike's feet slapped against the ground as she ran. A white, black nightgown billowing about her legs. Coming between Magdalena and Hardemarie, she spread out her arms in the hopeful yet ultimately futile gesture of one who meant to stop the whistling of the wind, the lashing of the rain. Don't do this, please. Don't hurt. Oh. But despite Meike's good intentions, she was unable to finish her entreaty. Hardemarie had been moving too quickly, far more quickly than any human eye could hope to follow. And though spy, Meike should not have been able to slow in time. The young vampire was soon upon Meike, her right arm extended. Her nails, which were filed into dangerously sharp points, pressed against Meike's back, then pierced straight through her chest. Her right arm penetrated Meike's ribcage, as if her flesh was ephemeral, yet nothing sturdier than spiderwebs. Then Meike cried out. It took a few moments for the pain to fully hit her. Her eyes were wider and gruesome. She looked down, staring at the arm which penetrated her shuddering body. Yeah, I think so. I think you might want to go see a doctor about this. Indeed. Viscous red liquid was beginning to ooze down Henry's wrist. Right wrist. It was so vivid in the gloom of Magdalena's cavernous entrance hall that it looked unreal. Like something from a dream. Meike's blood was brighter than rubies, and thicker than strawberry jam. Meike's body twitched at Heidemarie's hand. She felt herself turning numb by increments. First her legs, then her chest, then her shoulders and her arms until she could no longer feel the tips of her fingers. Meike looked at her own blood. The drips on the threadbare carpet and moaned. Her blood looked oddly beautiful in an obscene, profane sort of way. But Meike didn't have the time to contemplate how bright the white blood shone, nor how otherworldly it seemed. The agony of being rent in two soon overcame her. Meike! Oh God, Meike! Meike! With a twin series of cries from the two women whom Meike cared about the most. Her body tottered. She teetered. All strength she had once possessed fled her. So that too had been a dream. Oh dear! That is a lot more gruesome than that was gonna look. Meike drew away from Haidame with one jerking footstep, thus freeing herself from the young vampire's grasping right hand. Her chest wounds no longer stopped by Haidama's seemed to expand when she shuffled away. It gaped open like the maw of a hungry beast. With more Meike's life blood spilled onto the stone staircase. Meike pressed one hand from one white, trembling hand to her wound. I'm surprised when her fingers came away stunned. She could smell blood in the air, her blood. It was a dizzying, overpowering stench which plugged her, choked up her nostrils. Meike swayed. Then, this of pain, she fell. Meike's body hit the ground like that of a lifeless, senseless doll. And her vision went black. Meike! Oh God! Oh God! And he watched with wide, anxious eyes as Meike collapsed to the ground. Pressing one hand to her aching chest, the maid cried out as if to arouse her mistress, though to no avail. Meike! Meike, please wake up! Oh, this can't be happening! And he dashed to Meike's side and knelt before her, Meike's head cradled upon her lap. And he took care not to jostle Meike. She embraced her, the fear of hurting her, but a resultant gasp of pain from Meike's lips would have been preferable to the silence that Henny was greeted with. Meike did open her eyes, though Henny put her fingers through her disheveled hair. She was still breathing, though barely, but this offered Henny little in the way of solace. Meike's face was so pale she might have been a corpse. The wound Haidamari had inflicted upon her, meanwhile, was gaping, continued to ooze blood like a practically macabre fountain as Henry watched. He did not touch Meike's wound. She was worried she would only make it worse. It was bleeding so profusely, she soon found herself sullied. The rich, overwhelming stench of blood clung to Henny but she didn't pull away from her mistress. To leave Meike lying upon the floor with nothing to cushion her head seemed callous beyond all matter. Annie was now certain that there was nothing she could do to save her dear friend. Meike had lost too much blood, and her poor face was so very pale. Meike! Oh God. Oh, Meike. I didn't come here to hurt you. This isn't what I wanted. I wanted to rescue you. Arthur could help. So why? More tears fell from Henny's lashes. They rolled down her cheeks and dripped upon Meike's body, mingling with the bright red blood which stained the front of her gown. Why did things work out this way? How did I make such a mess out of everything? Why am I so useless? These queries forced their way from Henny's throat in low, pained moan almost like that of an animal. Her tears were so intense that her body seemed ready to collapse in on itself. Fine, confusing with the headphones I have. Well, what's this? What is this? Okay, unimportant. Her tears were so intense that her body seemed ready to collapse in on itself. He knew crying would not help, but she could not stop herself. There seemed nothing to do but cry with Meike in so sorry a state. Why, body seemed to be growing colder with every passing second. Meike's blood, however, was very warm still. She continued to spill it. Oh God. Magdalena, for her part, was immobile in a manner of which almost echoed Meike's. Her eyes were so wide they seemed all white. Her body quivered, fingers curled into fists at her side, as she murmured, "This can't be happening. I don't believe it. I don't want to believe it." Okay. That's an intriguing development. Heidi Marie surveyed Magdalena's archingly, one hand resting upon her hip. Her right hand was still dotted up to the wrist with Meike's blood, which had now begun to congeal. Though Heidi Marie had been the one to deal Meike the fatal blow, she didn't seem particularly moved by Meike's grisly fate. Lips pursed, she said in a voice cold enough to make Magdalena shudder. "I didn't think that you'd be upset by Meike's injury, Vampire. Did you intend to train her like this yourself?" "I only spared that process along, though what occurred was rather unfortunate. I meant to help her, not harm her." "I don't care what you meant." "If you meant to help her or not is irrelevant now. Look what you've done." "How could you?" "How could I?" Heidi Marie raised an eyebrow. "You forget, Vampire, that you are the one who kidnapped her. I would have summoned here were it not for your actions. You are the one who is to be blamed for this mess." "I didn't even mean to hurt her. I was trying to go after you, but she got in the way. I have no idea why she wanted to protect you. She must have some very strange idea about our kind. Does she know that we vampires are stronger than any human could ever hope to be? Especially weak, willowy-limbed women such as yourself. If I had adjusted the angle of my attack in time, I would have pierced her heart. Then she would not be breathing at all. And of course, Meike knows about vampires. We spent enough time together that she would know full well my strength has elapsed, eclipsed hers, and yet... Magdalena gritted her teeth together, overcome by intensity of her own emotions. She knew, no, there still came between us. She must have meant to protect me. Meike has always been like that. Be thoughtful to a point. The point of self-sacrifice. And she acted on to being a heroine. She should have known that things would end like this. And Meike for Magdalena could cry, but surely shook regardless. Her face twitched anew, not with anger, but with grief, as she pressed her hands to her face. You're right. I might have lashed out at you. But the fact remains that Meike would be in this situation if it wasn't for me. I'm the one who put her in danger. It's all my fault. I've wanted to harm her. While the dry sob wrenched this way from Magdalena's throat, one so intense she had to squeeze her eyes shut. The smell of blood hung in the air, dense and heavy. Magdalena could smell it when she inhaled, tasted upon her tongue. Blood was like that of a siren song. It was sweetly intoxicating. But the knowledge it belonged to Meike made Magdalena's stomach turn. I will make amends when I've done. Meike, you sweet, idiotic, adorable little fool. There was no need for you to leap to my defense. I'm no hopeless damsel. Meike! Meike, please! Henny, who was kneeling at the ground, continued to shake Meike to lift the veil. Meike's breath was beginning to weak, to wear thin, even as Henny implored to open her eyes, take her hand, to live on, despite the odds. Please don't leave me! Don't go! I can't bear it! This is fucking really bad for a second. I love it. It's great. Magdalena stiffened anew as Henny spoke. She did so desperate and mirrored her own. It mirrored her own feeling as well. She didn't want Meike to die either. But what was she to do? What's the Where's the point of living as long as I have if I know not how to help the people I care about the most? What in the world am I to do? However, he remained arc beside Henny and Magdalena's evident distress, only sniffed. There's something you could do, you know? If you save her, as you claim. What? Magdalena drew hands from her face, then raised her head to meet Heidi Marie's gaze. What are you referring to exactly? Must I elaborate further? You must know you're already a vampire, given your nature. Do you have to tell me you have not considered the possibility of turning her? not to make it into one of us. I did not say that you ought to, or that you could. If you care about this human woman as much as you seem to, then you could save her. You need only bite her neck and drain some of her blood. That should be enough to change her. Her heart might stop beating, but she'll still be alive. In a sense, at least. You should be fast about it, though. Be fast about it, though. If that's what you desire. I don't think she has much time left. You cannot transform corpses in the living. But I suppose you must know that already. Of course I do. You don't have to explain as much as though I'm a child. I have thought about turning her, of course. Well, you may have. But do you really think I could go forward with such a great act of selfishness? You think it would be selfish to spare her life? Yes, I do. I'd be sparing her from nothing if I turned her into an vampire. I would accomplish nothing to save, making her suffer. I don't want to make her to die, but I want even less to condemn her to eternal death. Would that be a brave of resting? Not unless you were to will it. If there are my own two choices, then I would rather let Meike pass peacefully. But I would far rather see her live as a human woman. I just want her to be happy. I see. That's how it is,
Marie replied, after a brief pause, one hand now resting beneath her chin.
I had wondered about your precise relationship with the poor dying Fraulein, but it seems like it was more than that of a captor and a captive. You might have kidnapped her for nefarious purposes, but it seems you really did grow to care for her. But you have no desire to turn her speaks volumes of your character. You aren't the sort of monster who would condemn others to hollow, empty life of eternal undeath, such as those who sunk their fangs into us all those decades prior. Vampire though you are, you are so capable of rational thought. Perhaps that's why you clumsy young Fraulein jumped to your defense as you did. She must have seen there was something within you worth saving. I can't hate you for hearing your response. I can't hate you after hearing your response, neither do I wish to harm you. I'd rather the story come to a cheerful note too, and this rarely happens in our line of work. So, Hardaway clicked her fingers, then glanced sharply at Johann. You know what to do, my charming assistant. Please make yourself useful.
But of course, I'm always ready and willing to serve. If I might be able to help Lady Meike, then I should do all I can to cease her suffering. That is my duty, as a humble servant of the Lord. As with these words on his lips, the Johann bent down from Meike's side. Reaching down, he captured between his fingers one of Meike's limbs, pale, wrist, and offered Henny a small smile. Please forgive me, mein Freund Henrik. I don't mean to disturb you, but I must, if I am to aid her. I will try to be quick about this, though.
Pretty. Cute. Honey, cute. Look at her. Cute little face. I want to squish her. I want to pinch her cheeks.
She has lost an awful lot of blood.
I could see that myself, but... Oh. What do you mean to do with her exactly?
I mean only to aid her, if I can. I have helped others before in similar circumstances, almost as dire as this. I fear this may be a challenge, though. It may take some time and no little amount of concentration. but I ask that you hush so I can carry out my work uninterrupted. Of course. Of course you may. If that will help, my Meike. But I fail to see what could be done after her. Done for her. You don't have training as a physician, do you? Please. Yuri scoffed. Johan's capabilities aren't half as prosaic. Prosaic. He has no need for needle and thread to sew together his patients. Even unfortunate such as your Betty Meike. Johan has several unique capabilities which normal humans not possess. He is so very pure and goodly, you see. His hands exude a certain kind of energy, I suppose you might term it. Or else magic. You know what I don't hold with magic. It smacks the devil. It smacks the devil. I would prefer to think my abilities as a gift, or else a blessing bestowed upon me by God up high. Is just, yes, you know, goodness. You're so picky about these things, Johan. I don't think the semantics matter awfully myself. I've been alive for too long to care for such little things. Such petty things, but you humans are all so sensitive. I wasn't trying to be insultant. Insulate. That you have... I'm trying to insinuate that you have been touched by the devil. You're too much of a do-gooder for that. Why, thank you. We'll take that as a compliment, I suppose. It wasn't meant as one. You're so very kind, you must make a turn. You would say that loving chaos as you do. You were never passing up on a chance to make others uncomfortable. What to do? I believe I've earned that right. I've been living for so many centuries. Life gets boring, you know, and one is always trying to be nice. I suppose it's something you wouldn't know, though, having dwelt upon this earth for all that long. I'm glad of that, too. If living as long as you have would have walked me into one narrow duel, such as yourself, you would call me a ne'er-do-well. How cutting. My poor heart bleeds. Your heart can't bleed. There's no blood left in it. Your body dried up a long time ago. And now you mean to call me a husk. Adamarie drew back in display of full offense. Her arms folded. I never. As Hadamarie and Johan bickered, he looked at Meike with a pale face, perturbed by her mistress's plight. Benediction. Meike receives a heavenly blessing. A bit early for that. She could see, even as she sat there, a strange celestial light beginning to gather about Johan's fingers. This light spread over Meike's body, imbuing it in an otherworldly glow, which made Henny gasp. Goodness! Goodness! I don't understand what it is that you are doing, but are you healing my mistress? Healing? Is such a thing truly possible? It is with my God-given gift, yes. I'm able to diminish aches and pains with nothing more than a touch of my hand, which is why I work with Hadamarie. It is my duty to keep an eye on her and to aid any unwitting victims who might get caught up in this crossfire and battle. She's not given
She's not given to restraint, as you might have noticed. Here, Johann sighed. It's harder for me to heal wounds such as this, though practically when so much blood has been lost. I need to concentrate if I am to have any hope of succeeding. Oh yes, of course. Please forgive me. I've never seen anything like this before, so I was curious. What if this will help Meike? You can do whatever it is you want. Whatever? Is that an invite? Is it an invitation for depravity? Adwich smiled thinly. I wonder what... I will be careful when issuing such words forth in the future. Fräulein. You give Johann rather too much leeway. Fortunately for you, he's kind enough to not take advantage, but you might not be so lucky when it comes to the machinations of others. Of course, that was his. Hadwig snickered unpleasantly while Johann continued to work. He gripped Meike's wrist tight and bowed his head. His lips pursed together in silent prayer while she worked. Meike, meanwhile, could only watch, wide-eyed, still holding onto Meike's crumpled form. It seemed impossible that Meike might be restored to her senses after having been so grievously injured. Why it would take a real miracle to save her? That was what Henny thought, but weren't Johann's healing hands miraculous in and of themselves? Henny had never been heard. Henny had never before heard of any humans who possessed such powers. She felt rather overwhelmed by it all. She did not begrudge Johann for aiding her mistress, but it unnerved her all the time. But Johann's assertions of this ability had been dispelled upon by God. There was something unnatural about the light which emanated from him. Henny had half a mind to pull Meike away from him, and so to sever the connection established between her mistress and the grim-faced father, but this would rather end in disaster. Johann seemed to be the only person capable of aiding her. As such, Henny had little choice but to allow him to work despite her own misgivings. Perhaps Henny closed her eyes, placing Meike's head upon her lap. Internally, she prayed. Please? Henny prayed with fervor she had not felt for quite some time, not since escaping Lord and Lady Von Essen's carriage, Meike in tow. To myself, Meike broke. Please, let her open her eyes. To draw in breath anew, without having to struggle for it, and to lessen the burden which weighs upon her body. Please let her get better. He prayed and she prayed as the seconds lapsed, so entrenched in her own thoughts, and surroundings slipped away. The stretch of blood in the air no longer weighed upon her, neither did the anxious beating of her own heart within her. breasts. She forgot about Magdalena. Stood still at like a statue. And Haja Marie, who watched with the idle curiosity of a bystander, even about Johann, whose fingers were clasped about her Meike's waist. She had only of Meike, her mistress, and her friend, both. I'm gonna save her. I'm gonna go quickly go hide. I'm gonna go take a quick bio break and I'll be back in a few minutes. You're looking at this and looking at your listener organs. Be right back. I return. My headphones on my lap again. I'm still string over your over the headphones that earlier I went to reach for the fucking ear thing or reach for the headphone ear coverings, but there's nothing there because I'm wearing earbuds. It's not working. Oh dear. Oh dear, it's just crashing. Ow, ow, ow. It's back. Why are you throwing this at me? Awesome, what the fuck? Rude. Here's that right. That's rude, why are you throwing this at me? Hmm? What for? No reason. I don't get why. I don't understand why you do this to me. Anyways. Back to look at this man. This man, blessed by God, says only of Meike, her mistress, and her friend both. She recalled the times they had spent together. They'd been younger, and their ill-fated excursions in the Von Essen family crypt, which had incurred Lady Von Essen's ire. She recalled walks through the Von Essen family's estate, their arms looped together as if they were promenading ladies and sitting by the river's bank in the summer months, when the dragonflies were out and about. She recalled games of Joker played in Meike's bedroom, and the shy, whispering secrets Meike had shared with her late at night, when nobody else had been around. She recalled Meike's fear about marrying Walter Graham, and how she had trembled when she had confided these feelings to Henny. Henny had been dismissive of Meike's worries back then. She tried to cheer Meike up, so that things would not be so bad once she had settled in. But now, Henny feared, she'd been callous. Had she upset Meike by failing to pay proper heed to her concerns? Henny wished that she could apologize for any hurt she might have caused. She wished she could have told Meike how much she meant to her. She wished. Oh, there was so much she had wished for, and so much she had wished to say. But what she wished for, most of all, was that Meike would recover. Henny clung to this thought, this hope, as though it was a talisman. Her eyes tightly shut. A desperate desire burned within her, brighter than any star, intense enough to be all-encompassing. She prayed and she prayed and she prayed, and eventually... Henny? He heard her name being called in a sweet, soft cadence. She recognized that only too well. Voice was weak, void of any real energy, but still it was enough to soothe Henny of all her anxious thoughts. Henny's eyes snapped back open. Fitfully, she stared down at the woman who lay upon her lap. Meike, oh my Meike! Meike's own eyes were still closed, but upon her lips she wore a small smile, one which was marred only slightly with pain. Her nightgown was still spattered with blood, but Henny could see that her wound had been healed, her skin visible through her torn nightgown, unblemished. Johann had succeeded, after all, despite his early cautions. He had healed her. Meike was safe.
Oh, thank goodness! I'm so relieved! Meike! My Meike! Henry.
Meike squeezed Henny's hand with her own, as though to reassure her, and it was this gesture, so selflessly sweet and so very Meike, which tipped Henny out of the edge. She slumped forward, her shoulders shaking. Then she began to sing, to cry, only to sing, and to cry. Magdalena, too, was surveying the scene which unfolded before her, with her eyes wide. Pressing one hand to her mouth, she explained softly. Meike. Oh, Meike. I can hardly believe it. I was so worried about you. If you were dying. Oh. I should have run through Magdalena's body, was as overcome, she sunk to the floor. I don't know if I could have endured it. I've no idea what I would have do without you. I'm so sorry you suffered so much. I'm sorry. Magdalena pressed both her hands into her face, anew, though she had no tears to hide, and began to sob soundlessly, her shoulders trembling as she was a polar explorer caught in the frigid blizzard. Marie, for her part, which watched on, her arms folded. Her right hand was still dark with Meike's blood, yet she paid little heed. Observing Magdalena's sob, she said softly, "It would appear that this vampire isn't half as dangerous as I first thought. Little vampire incarcerated upstairs, incapacitated upstairs is much more threatening than she is. Now she's been taken care of. The older one should have no need to the older one should will continue procuring victims to satiate her bloodlust. I wonder." Marie. Johann rose on unsteady legs, wearied after his efforts to revitalize Meike, then approached his charge. "Are you having your second thoughts?" Marie nodded. Tell me, Johann, would you think me awfully weak, if I chose, just this once, to spare our quarry's life? It would be surprising and sentimental coming from you, but it's rare in our line of work that we were able to usher an ending as happy as this. Lady Magdalene seems to have no further desire to harm you as much as such, with no reason to engage her in further combat. In circumstances as unique as these, I do not think there's any reason for you to execute her. That is precisely what I was thinking. She's not doing anything wrong, as far as I can gather, other than existing. Yet I know better than anybody that we vampires are not asked to be made as we are, with little choice in the matter. I believe this poor, conflicted creature is a victim, not a monster, not to be treated accordingly. I'm completely devoid of feelings, and I do not know how to sympathize. I'm not really devoid of feelings, and I do know how to sympathize with the plights of others. I can't help but feel sorry for this poor Fraulein.
Marie flicked her tongue, considering, then smiled.
Very well. I shall spare you. Let us report that our superiors in the church that we slew the monster in this abode, and she will no longer be an issue. We needn't tell them about Fraulein Magdalena here. She's a monster. I doubt the church will come all the way out here to corroborate our tale. Not unless the Fraulein here gets peckish and starts taking off more travellers. If you can keep your consumption of human flesh to minimum, then nobody need to know you're here at all. Continue to live, if indeed your continued existence can be termed as such, and everyone will be happy. Isn't that nice of me? What?
Magdalena stared at Marie, shaking like a newborn deer.
Will you truly let me go? Indeed, I shall. I'm tired of spilling blood, and it looks like you hadn't had much to drink for a while regardless. In your current state, you wouldn't be much fun to play with. I doubt you'd be much more than a few droplets of blood of your own to spill anyway. You sent you to kill me.
I think I must deserve it when I think about everything I've done.
I've killed dozens, no, hundreds of people. Only hundreds?
Marie scoffed.
Did we laugh? I've killed far, far more. Don't forget, I have been alive longer than you, and have feasted far more solely to satisfy my own greed. I'm the more immoral of the two of us. Let her continue to live. Who's to say you shouldn't? I'm in no position to judge you. That's funny.
What are 3 pings? Oh, it's not everyone. The fun part about everyone is that you can't tell if you're individually pinged. The answer is I'm not being individually pinged because I'm not doing anything with this thing. Anyways, goodbye. That's not important. That's not important at all. That's boring even. Pinged twice on the one server. Why am I pinged twice on the server actually? Oh, there we go. Why did you have to add everyone and then write everyone again? It's fucking dumb. Anyways. Children. Children, am I right? Medina laughed, dryly, without humor.
Isn't it your job to judge godless beings such as myself? Executor of the church? On paper, I suppose, but I don't think of myself as being all that important. I've never been one to care about right or wrong. I do what amuses me. Fighting you as you are wouldn't be fun at all. What do I know how pathetic you are? Maybe you feel too much like kicking a poor defenseless puppy. Pathetic, am I? Yes, you are. You don't look so put out by that. Most vampires are pathetic in comparison to me.
Marie tittered, then spoke anew in a voice which was a touch more serious.
I was rather naughty to you. It was rather naughty of you to harm so many innocents, but I presume you did so only to feed that child you were saddled with. You didn't partake in any of the spilled blood yourself, did you? No, and couldn't. Seeing Christelle food in my stomach, I knew I had no desire to end up like a slave to my desires. I thirsted for blood too, like all vampires do, but I've never once drank the blood of a human. I feed only on the blood of wild animals. All those people like the bandits and the brigands and the vagrants were offered to Christelle. I had to hunt for her. I had no choice. Without me, she would have died. I understand. I understand that, but I like killing. But I think killing her might have been for the best. Surely you knew that she was a lost cause. Yes, I believe you did realize it. You must have, sir. You must have, serving her for as long as you did. Keeping you alive at all was an act of cruelty when she was no sensible thoughts left in her head, and no purpose for living, save satisfying her own perverse hunger. But it is no matter, I believe you suffered enough. I know your heart is in the right place. I won't condemn you for your actions. I have no place to. Your endearing loyalty to your mistress, though misguided, was somewhat touching. It is almost enough to bring a tear to my eye. At least it would, could I cry. Now, Adamari looked at Johann. A small smile playing about her lips. I believe our work is done. We have defeated the vicious vampire in peace, has summarily been restored. And a desire to wait it out while the heroines of the story make amends, so shall we depart? I would hate to get in the way of their joyous reunion. And you are in dire need of to rest yourself, Johann. You look half dead upon your feet. I cannot argue with that. I feel awfully weak. I'm unsure whether I could make the journey back to Augsburg unassisted. It's fortunate for you, then, that you have me to help you. You may lean on my shoulder, if you wish, and I can guide you. Is that not kind of me? Oh yes, very much so. Your thoughtfulness means no bounds. That's what I thought. Adamari snickered. The pair of us were soon to be departing. Do you wish to come with us for a night? This question she addressed to Tani, who knelt at the foot by Meike's side still. Or would you rather stay here? Didn't your mistress? I believe she'll be in safe hands with Magdalena, but I no doubt you're also worried about her welfare. Oh yes, I must thank you both for leading me to Meike, and you, Johann, for helping her. But I can't come back with you. Meike needs me to stay with her, and she's no fit state to travel. I'll stay here with her for as long as she needs me, unless... He looked at Magdalena, abashed. You would have a problem with that? I promise this is... I've got this is your house, your home. I can't read English words. You respect your monk, young maid. You've forgotten your grandson in your concern. But I suppose I can't begrudge you for that. I know how it feels to worry for your own mistress. For my own mistress, and Meike is far sweeter than Crystal ever was. I'll let you stay here. If you wish to tend to Meike while she rests. As a fellow human, you would be better served to care for her than I am. My attempts, I fear, would be quite clumsy. I have no say in whether you stay or leave. This is not truly my home, nor has it ever been. I am no lady. I was only ever pretending. Oh, thank you, Magdalena. Thank you very much. I promise I'll do everything I can help Meike. I'll do anything I can to help Meike. I won't let her condition worsen, not under my watchful eye. I'm quite certain that you will. You need reassurance. The relationship shared between you two is very special indeed. Why, he's nothing more than Krista's maid. I can see that you are truly Meike's friend. Why is it? Why? It is enough to make me feel almost jealous. I feel I could never compete with that. That's alright. I don't think we need to compete. We both care for her, after all. And, like they say, two heads are better than one. I think Meike will recover much better if we're both there for her. What do you say? I think after everything that has happened, I'm very tired. Would you mind escorting me to my room? I need to lie down. Oh, of course! Let me help you to your feet, Meike. You come too, Magdalena. Let me lift her. You're a lot stronger than me, so this should be easier for you. Now, that is funny. What is? I thought you would bark at the prospect of me touching your precious Meike. In the past, perhaps. But you've proven how much you care for her. And you wouldn't have cried for her sake otherwise. Now come! Let's not beat around the bush. Meike needs us. Yes, dear Lena. Please come and help me. Hen can't support me on her own. I feel I'm hopelessly heavy. Don't keep your distance, please. That would hurt my heart. That would break my heart. Magdalena looked between Meike and Henny. One hand clasped to her chest. She inhaled. Her lips pursed, then said, with a sigh, "Oh, Meike, I'm so glad to hear you say that." Magdalena stepped forth, and Henny said, in Emmy's aid, not that it was necessary. She was able to raise Meike to her feet. Both women shifted her gently, so that not to harm her. Each shaking one of Meike's pale arms about their shoulders. While all this occurred, Hardimir smiled, then turned upon her heel. Let us be off. Let's run away. There's nothing which can be gained by us continuing to stand here. I know not about you, but I have no desire to stand around gulping. Right. I'm coming, Hardimir. But don't walk too quickly. Please spare a thought for me. Please spare a thought for me. Oh. Hardimir crossed the airy entrance hall and pushed open the imposing double doors with but a brush of her tiny, seemingly insubstantial palms. The door was open with a low creak like that of an injured animal. The chill night air rushed forth to greet her. She paused for a few moments upon the threshold of the door to look back at Meike, who was being held aloft by Henny and Magdalena. Despite their differences, Heidi Marie thought that the three women were awfully close, just like sisters. This thought brought a smile upon the young vampire's lips, but even the lowering wind could disturb. She did not know. She did not wait, however, to watch as the unlikely trio proceeded up the extravagant staircase. She turned anew, satisfied with what she performed, her job, and stepped out into the night. Johan followed along behind her, limping, and shut the door behind him. The door creaked once more, and slammed shut with a tremendous thud. This thud echoed throughout the cavernous halls of Magdalena's home, once deserted, but now full of life. Crystal's corpse still lay in her bed chamber, turning cold. Magdalena thought they would. Magdalena's thoughts were with Meike as she held her, and Henny as she helped her. The night had been one of horrors, but Meike was still alive, as too was Magdalena's hope in the future. Maybe God had not forsaken her after all. Finally, the clouds in her heart had parted, and now she was free. Walking together, both Henny and Magdalena were able to escort Meike up the stairs and across the hallway to her bedrooms. Magdalena did not need Henny's help, but she appreciated the other woman's presence, if only because it let her know that Henny accepted her. She seemed to have recognized, in the wake of Magdalena's breakdown, that Magdalena had grown to care for Meike. Magdalena might not have been the instrument which had brought about Meike's suffering, but she had not done so willingly. And he seemed to understand that, and by extending the olive branch, seemed prepared to offer her forgiveness. It no longer seemed to matter much that Magdalena had done to Meike. Dr. Meike was still alive. Henny and Magdalena both lay Meike upon her bed. And there she lay, her front dark with dried blood. Henny got a cloth in the basin of Meike's bedside, and wiped said blood away. As she did, Magdalena soothed Meike reassuringly, reassuring her in gentle tones that all would be well. I won't let anything hurt you, not again. I have no further need for your blood. My mistress, she... Here Magdalena's voice caught in her throat, and she had to look away. She's no more. No matter blood could save her now. She's gone, and I am still here as you are, and oh, Meike, I'm sorry I put you through so many hardships. I'm so sorry. Meike was self-conscious at this point, soothed by the cool flannel upon her bare skin in Magdalena's hand. So was barely able to offer Magdalena more than a small smile. It's all right. I forgive you for all of it, Lena. You do? Of course I do. I know that you never meant for me to suffer. I might have hated you at the beginning, but really. Meike yawned, exhausted, and her eyelids foreshot. Softly, she muttered, in a voice which sounded like a sleepwalker's. No. A lot nicer than you give yourself credit for. So saying, Meike's consciousness slipped away once more. Not owing to the pain this time, nor the loss of blood, but from simple exhaustion. She dozed, her body lighter than the fog which unfurled its wispy tendrils about the forest floor. And as she did, she dreamed. In Meike's dream she saw herself, both Henny and Magdalena, The three of them were laughing and smiling in her mind's eyes, though they had always been close friends, nothing more than three older women. In Meike's imagining, there was nothing to keep her and Magdalena apart, and he gave the pair of them blessings and smiled gently as Magdalena took her hand once more. Then upon her pursed lips she pressed a soft, gentle kiss. While Meike lay in bed, tended by both Magdalena and Henny, Johann had found himself in a rather precarious state. The ashen-faced father was already pale. Just now he felt paler than ever. He was paler than ever, even whiter than the moonlight, as he dragged himself through the dark woods. His raven-black hair melted into the surrounding shadows. Johann's face was white enough to be bloodless, his eyes half-littered from an aggressive, intense pain which refused to abate. The mere act of walking made his breath catch in his throat. It was cold as this deep in the woods, almost unbearably so, but Johann's brow was still marred with beads of sweat, his teeth clattering, not from the cold, but from pain. He wobbled as he walked, and Heidi Marie had to support him, winding one slender arm around his waist to keep him from upright. Easy there. Heidi Marie spoke gently, more gently than one might have thought capable of, given her nature, as Johann leaned against her. This will be alright. It'll be alright. I'm still here. I have you. To the onlooker, the current scene would certainly have appeared unusual, if not downright ridiculous. Johann was a good deal taller than the diminutive Heidi Marie, yet he was leaning against her for support. He was relying upon her to keep him upright as he tried to cut his way through the woods. Heidi Marie seemed at a glance much too small and slight to aid Johann, and yet she did. She bore him with ease, her brow perfectly smooth, like the shell of an egg. Heidi Marie had emerged from her spat with Magdalena and her mistress, coldly unscathed. She had not needed to exert herself while accomplishing her grisly tasks, not when her victim had been in chains. Heidi Marie had been able to pierce Krista's heart with ease. The young vampire girl had not been able to offer up any fight, had simply cried instead, as Heidi Marie had dispatched her. Heidi Marie had hoped that Magdalena might give her more of a fight, but this hope, too, had been scrupled. Meike had come between the two of them and had cut Heidi Marie's fun short. She really was a funny woman, that Meike, so impulsive despite being so well bred already. It was because of her red hair. Heidi Marie had heard redheads tended to be tempestuous. That is, that it was simply part of the nature. Perhaps it came from an excess of blood, an imbalance of hormones. Part of me did wonder, but it seemed silly to postulate on it for too long, especially while Johann was suffering so. Heidi Marie, for her part, never felt lighter. The full moon's light had imbued her with a dreadful arcane sort of strength, so she could stalk through the woods with ease, could have frolicked if she wished, though the foliage like a nymph or a dryad. Heidi Marie knew she could not do this, however, even if it would have made a pretty picture. A young, slender, limbed girl dancing about the forest late at night, the dense fog swirling about her pretty ankles and her curls fluttering in the breeze. She had to stay to support Johann. He had worked hard that night. Much harder than Marie herself had. For me, human, one who was all awkward angles. High cheekbones and long, gangly limbs. He had pushed himself well past his limits. Johann had been able to maintain a veneer of composure and bidding farewell to Magdalena and Meike and the potato-faced Fraulein, who had first come to them parade, but he no longer had the strength to cling to this carefully curated facade. He was fading, his body failing. Had we known the moment her hand had reached Meike's chest asunder, that the wound she had inflicted was a serious one. It had been apparent that it would require a significant degree of concentration for Johann to heal her, make his inner workings, after all, been reduced to a fine red mist, a gruesome pate of bone and muscle. Had Marie not fully believed, when Johann had taken Meike in her arms, that he would be able to heal her at all. But on this score, she'd been mistaken. Johann's faith had, evidently, been stronger than Padre Marie's own. Johann had taken Meike to him, a sheep who had strayed from God's light, and he had done all he could to save her. He had poured his own life's essence into her, and in doing so, he had made Meike whole again. He had healed her, but at what cost? Had Marie had seen Johann utilize his curious powers on other occasions, had seen him set bones and soothe fevered brows, but never before had he seen him use his powers to close a wound as large as that. Had Marie did not think Johann himself ever used his curious gift in such a manner, and now she was paying the price. Johann's gift might have been divinely granted. It was a skill he had possessed ever since he had been a young boy, but it did not come without its drawbacks. It required a shortage of mental fortitude for Johann to utilize his healing touch, and no shortage of strength too. Unfortunately for Johann, his strength had been in his short supply for quite some time. He had spent the last 4 years working alongside Hada Marie, and during those years he had acted as her primary source of sustenance. Whenever Hada Marie hungered for blood, which was quite so often, was not quite so often as many of her kind, given her advanced age, had whetted the worst of her supply appetite. She returned to Johann. Johann's blood was quite unlike any that he had ever tasted before. It was pure, it was rich, deeply nourishing, a mug of hot cocoa served upon his sick bed. It was difficult for her, when she sank her teeth into Johann's pale neck, to stop, to regain her senses, to remember who she was. Perhaps it was because of Johann's miraculous abilities. One would have thought his innate ability to heal would have cut through his blood like poison. But it was not so. Johann's godly powers seemed to pulsate within his lifeblood, his veins full of the stuff. When Hada Marie bit Johann's neck, she tasted miracles, sweet and light like heavenly manna. Johann was simply too delicious for his own good, so much so Heidemarie might have taken one or two liberties with him. She had drained his blood force before this excursion into the woods, but perhaps she had taken too much stuff. Johann had tried to reassure her of the contrary. Heidemarie had drawn her lips from away from the white columns of his throat. But Heidemarie was no fool. She had seen, even if Johann had not wanted her to see. We trembled. She drew back. Heidemarie had bitten too deeply, had indulged too much, and Johann had already been weak when they had first ventured into the woods. It was to be expected, really, that Johann's body would now begin to fail him. Johann was a lanky, skinny man, and he did not have much in his way of physical stamina, regardless. The years spent donating his blood to Heidemarie had not helped, and neither had his liberal use of his healing powers. He had pushed himself to the brink of exhaustion even, once before, when he had aided the young Becker girl whose father had undergone a terrifying transformation come the full moon. Johann had been able to reverse this wicked enchantment, which had befallen the red-headed Erich Becker, but not without sustaining considerable damage. He had been bedridden for a full week after that particular miracle, consumed with fever that had left him delirious. Heidemarie had sat with Johann while he had convulsed, while his forehead had beaded with sweat, and his fingers curled in the sheets. And she had wiped down his forehead, wondering all the while what she would do when he died. Who would the church assign her next? And what would their blood make that delectable as John's? It seemed unlikely. Back then, Heidemarie had not worried overly about Johann's own welfare. She had been more concerned about slaking her own thirst. Now, however, Heidemarie could not help but feel a flicker of sympathy for the man who leant against him. It seemed almost unthinkable that Johann could have been brought so low, and he had sustained no physical wounds, none save for the twin punctures in his neck, the size of pinholes, concealed beneath the high collar of his robe. Heidemarie had Johann initially as nothing more than a houndman, a convenient way of source of blood, yes, but mostly a nuisance who existed to bind her. In the early days of their meeting, the relationship had not been particularly cordial, but now, it's alright, Johann. I'm still here. Can you hear me? Now Heidemarie felt rather too attached to the dark-eyed, sallow-skinned father. She just wanted to care for him, but what could she do? For all the centuries she had lived, Johann was once one of the few people who did not seem to fear her, who spoke to her as an equal. For a human, it could be awfully saucy. But Heidemarie appreciated it. She had always enjoyed how much fight Johann possessed, how often he betrayed her expectations. He did so now, even though he was on the brink of collapse. A smile played about his lips despite her rapidly weakening state. Oh. Unfortunately, yes, I can still hear you. My faculties have not deserted me. Not completely, at least. Well, what do you mean by that? What could be so very unfortunate about hearing the angelic strains of my lovely voice, you silly man? Well, you know who it is. No, I don't know how it is. Would you mind elucidating? I want to know what exactly you mean by that. Though I fear you were not able to. Though I fear you were being not. I fear you were not. You were not being at all polite. Well, your fears. Mine have been some basis in reality. I'm grateful, of course, that you have not to stay with me in reality. It really is very kind. But I wish I did not hear you worry about me at all. I desire to be a burden. And worry does not suit you either. What? Hedwig glanced at Johann. She cocked her head inquisitively, like a little bird, and frowned. What do you think? Do you think me incapable of caring about people, Johann? You were not. You were when I met you. You were so cold and so loud, just like a little statue. So aloof, not loud, aloof. I can't read. Oh, you changed so much. It really is a mystery. Henry pressed her lips together into a line. She looked at Johann, her golden eyes skimming him up and down, and then... Isn't that much of a mystery? No. No. I may be old, but I'm not immutable. I can still be moved. Provided the right person comes along to move me, that is. You are so unlike anyone else I know. I fear I might have become somewhat fond of you, which is why I don't want you to die here. I won't allow it. You hear that, Johann? If you perish, I shall be very cross with you. Is that so? Once again, Johann laughed, but it was a weak laugh, one which made his sloping shoulders shake. My apologies, then. I will endeavor to cling to life to the best of my abilities. But I fear it may be too late for me to answer already. I am but a mere mortal. There is only so much I can endure. Yes, I know. Endured so much already. Perhaps it was unreasonable expecting you to walk all the way back to Augsburg. Especially when... Johann winced, his body seized by a newfound paroxysm of pain. He shifted sideways, pressing yet more of his weight upon the dismissive Heidemarie, and she tutted. Especially when you're in such a state. Goodness. Perhaps you ought to sit down for a while. Try to get yourself back. Get your breath back. Would you like that? I fear I would not. I would only be delaying the inevitable. But if you insist. Johann smiled. There was a strange smile, from which did not illuminate his dark eyes.
I would hate to make you worry about me. A bit late for that, isn't it? Idiot. Adamir set Johann down upon the stump of a nearby tree and skimmed gloved hands against his face, wiped his brow free of sweat. Then she said, I always worry about you. How can I not, when you're nothing more than a human? Your kind is so very vulnerable. You try to act strong, yet your bravado really does make me wonder. Got that phone. My mate. How can you live a life as you do, knowing how very fragile you are? Wrong voice. How can you live life as you do, knowing how fragile you are? How fragile you are, knowing that your meager existence could be cut short. Here, Hadamarie drew a hand across her throat. Just like that. How do you stand it? No, that is a good question. I expect nothing less from you, but... let me see. I suppose I can live like this because existence is the only one I have ever known, meager or not. I know I'm not as hardy as a vampire, but I've never had a cause to envy you. How could I be jealous of something I have never had? Besides, Johann looked at Hadamarie. His smile was crooked, but he smiled still as he said, his face horribly waxy. Envy is a sin. I would not wish to displease God, nor would I have spent all my life trying to serve him. Yes, that does make sense. You've always been a bootlegger, Johann. What you would call my faith bootlicking? Well, what else is it? I might act like an upstanding citizen, but I know the only thing you really care about is being called a good boy. You do good. You do good because you wish to feel good. You want to be praised for it, and you want to be accepted too. In that sense, you're awfully sycophantic. But you really should practice some moderation. You can't help everybody you meet. Some people are saving. And now it's too late. You've given up too much of yourself in service of others, to your flock, and to me. And to God, too. Hadamarie looked to Johann, her expression impassive. Then, in a cold voice, icy, just like midnight frost, she said, at this point, it does not much matter what I want. You're going to die regardless. You do know that, don't you? Johann laughed wryly, though how he was able to summon up the strength to laugh at all was something a mystery. He looked up at Hadamarie.
small vampire girl to whom he had come so close. His dearest companion in all the world, and said, I am aware, but you could stand to mince your words a bit more. Why, it is almost as though you want me to feel bad. Perhaps I do. Perhaps I think you deserve to feel bad for putting me in such a bind. A bind? Of course, of all the fathers I've been assigned to watch over me, you were by far the most amusing, and your blood was like none I have ever tasted before. When I think that you will die, and for what? That doughty Fraulein, this silly impulsive mistress? I can't help but feel disappointed in you. I knew you did what you thought was right. I shouldn't take you to task too much. But did you never stop to think about me? Marie. You went inside. You went inside. This was a moment to pause. A soft sigh as the wind blew through the trees, and then, of course I thought about you. I think of you every day. How can I not, when I cherish your company so dearly? So why, then, did you decide to throw your own life away? Why are you abandoning me? I will not say that I am abandoning you, per se. I would simply be moving on to the other plane of existence, where my soul might be free from my prison of flesh. Provided you would grant me such a peaceful ending, of course. I beg your pardon? What are you suggesting? I would suggest nothing. I would not wish to influence my dear Marie. But you're right. It would be rather rude of me to pass away here and to put an end to our friendship. Your man smiled crookedly. Oh, we friends? Well, I should not consider you an enemy. And neither do I. You, I am quite fond of. As it happens, and I shudder to think that would happen if you did not. If I did die. As mouthy as you can be, I always did get the feeling you were on your best behavior within my company. I would not necessarily trust another type to keep an eye on you. So perhaps it would be for the best if I remained upon this earth for a little longer. I'm sure there are more I have left to give, even if this were to stop my heart from beating. And I would not want you to be lonely. That is the real poison after all, which tends to kill your kind, to drive you mad. Is that not right? Johann? Hardbury continued to examine Johann mutely, her fair curls shifting about her heart-shaped face. She inhaled, drawing in a breath she did not need to fortify her heart, which did not beat. She took several oaths. Then, taking Johann's shaky hand in her own, she said, "Are you sure that's what you want?" Well, I'm not particularly desire to die. That seems like a poor way to repay the church for taking me in all those years ago when I appeared on their doorsteps. I'm sure there is much more they have for me to do. But keep going.
And things would be easier, would they not, if I wasn't such a weak and fragile human? Once again, Haida Marie pressed her lips together. She examined Johann, saw the determination in his face, the furrow in his brow. She drank in his eyes in particular, which were very dark, so brown they looked like the carapace of beetles set into his pale skin. Then lightly, she laughed. Oh, Johann, I knew there was reason for that, why I liked you. You might not be an awful do-gooder. You might be an awful do-gooder, but you know how to keep me on my toes. I never can predict what you're going to do, what you're going to say. And I think, if you were to die here, it'd be an awful waste. The world needs more men like you, Johann, whether your heart still beats or not. So please, allow me. Henry leant down. She pressed her gloved hands to Johann's shoulders, her fingers curling against the dark fabric of his robes. She closed her eyes. Then, parting her lips, she said, I promise it'll be swift. I've lot of experience, and it is very fortunate and very round. Chances of you turning successfully are very high, given my long lineage in the light of the moon. Fuck! This should not hurt. Well, not too much at least. Wickedly, she smiled. Her incisors filed down to sharp points flashed in the moon's light. Then, she dipped her head to take Johann's fate between her teeth. And summarily shattered the piece of pottery. Meike lay unconscious for 2 days, tucked in her bed, while Henny and Magdalena tended to her. Drained from her brush with death, drifted unaware of how tightly Magdalena had held her hand throughout her convulsing. Meike knew not, as she slumbered, that Magdalena sat beside her, praying to a god she did not believe in for her safety. But when she finally woke, shaking off her exhaustion, as a duck ruffles its feathers free from water, she soon learned of the anxiety her slumber had caused. It was early in the morning when Meike opened her eyes. It was cloudy and overcast, and only weak rays of sunlight could spill through the moth-eaten holes in the fabric, all pale and washed out thanks to the bower of clouds which hung in the sky. Henny sat in the chair by Meike's side, and when she saw Meike's eyelashes flutter, she cried, "Oh, Meike! Oh, Meike! My Meike! I'm so relieved!" Henny. Meike looked at Henny, askant. Her head was pounding, with a pounding fit to burst. Oh, your beef. Sorry. I looked my friend liked to tweet and replied, "I am beef." In quotes, "I am beef." Meike looked at Henny and askant. Her head was pounding fit to burst, and her thoughts, which were far too numerous, seemed to weigh heavily upon her like rocks. Weak to the sunlight it stung her eyes, and she winced. The pain which
had pierced her following Adamari's attack had vanished. But now she ached all over. Her arms and legs felt horribly leaden. These aches, at least, reassured Meike and Henny's anxiety. Reassured Meike that Henny's anxiety, anxious face, was not a fabrication of her adult imagination. This could not be a dream. For her, she felt too uncomfortable. It took a considerable amount of effort for Meike to sit up in bed. She winced as she did so, and Henny had to lean in to aid her. Careful, Meike! Don't push yourself now. You really have been through the worst. The wars. Oh, yes. How could I forget? Meike smiled warily. I apologize. I'll try to be more careful. Yes. Yes, you do that. I'd hate for your wounds to reopen. Though come to think of it, I'm not entirely sure it's possible. You did quite a thorough job. There aren't scars. There aren't scars. I can't even see any bruises. You don't look like you weren't injured at all. It really must have been a miracle. A miracle, hmm? I suppose must have been. He is a priest after all. Meike looked down at herself. She was wearing the same nightgown Magdalena had bequeathed to her. The tear which had rent the middle of it had been sewn up. Stitches were neat, the thread white, so it was hard to tell from distance any damage had been done to it at all. Meike recognized this needlework. Honey must have fixed this gown for her as she slept. Her maid really was dutiful, down to the littlest of details. Meike placed one hand to her chest, trembling as she did so. She remembered what had happened, exhausted though she was. She had come between Harry Marie and Magdalena, and she had been skewed by for her best efforts. The blood splattered all across the carpet, falls like spilled wine. The pain was not something she could forget in a hurry. Wincing, Meike looked away, and in doing so, saw Magdalena. Magdalena was sitting beside Henny, her pale eyelashes closed, her lids pursed in a silent slumber. Her hands rested upon her lap, and her head hung forward, like that of a doll's. She was quite motionless, despite her weak sunlight, despite the weak city light which flared about her pale skin, her even paler hair. Lena. Meike sighed and turned to Henny, desperately seeking reassurance. Is she alright, Henny? She's an ill, is she? Her? He glanced at Magdalena, as though seeing her for the first time, then frowned. If she's ill, yes, there's nothing more than worry. You need to fuss her. She's fine, at least as far as an undead being can be fine. She's just sleeping. I don't blame her for it. She's been sitting at your side ever since he brought you up here. She's not had a single wink of sleep all this time. Not until she dropped off a few hours earlier. Really? Meike's face flushed. Meike's face flushed? Meike's face flushed. Touched at Magdalena's thoughtfulness. She cares so much for me. She cares that much. She cares for me that much. Ever so much. Her actions made it blindly obvious. I'll admit, I didn't think much of it at first. You blame me after all she put you through? In my opinion, if I really turned around. I didn't think vampires could be so caring. It's plain as day, she adores you. She's behind herself. Just beside herself when you collapsed, she was. She looked like... oh, I don't know. Like a woman who'd lost all her worth to live. She fell onto the ground and then... well... He shook her head and smiled. Why are you asking about Magdalena, Meike? After all you've been through, shouldn't you be more concerned about yourself? Maybe I should. But I will regardless. I know you have to do to care for me, and you do a wonderful job at it, believe me. But Lena, she hasn't had anybody to care for her for a long time. For a long, long time. She's been all on her own. That's why I have to worry about her. Nobody else will. My! You must like her an awful lot. Though I suppose you would have leapt to her defense if you hadn't. If you didn't. Second ping. Why the fuck do you keep pinging me? Just fucking stop pinging at everyone. My god. It's not goodbye. Sorry. Can't ping for everyone. It's the smallest announcement. Everyone has been informed about this thing. Yeah, not everyone needs to know about this. Just people who are in the thing. Just shut up. Anyways, that's not important. I'm just being shook by children. Anyway, the server's gone now because all the roles are fixed. That's not important. You were just like a knight back then, Meike. You were just missing the sword and the shining armor. And the dignity. Make it smart thinly. I caused quite a scene back then, as a mother might say, but I was so afraid I wasn't quite sure what else I was supposed to do. I couldn't think about helping Lena. Now I feel my rashness has hurt her. She's been in a bad way. I won't deny it, but the blame for that can't be laying wholly on your feet. So I am. I think she's been upset about the young mistress of hers too, and her death. It was all very sudden. She hadn't had nearly enough time to even get grips on it. Well, it's almost enough to make me feel sorry for her. And all this after she kidnapped you. I think she's quite the scary creature herself. Mistress? Meike's brow furrowed. She could remember her own agony clearly. The events which had led up to her chest being cleaved were less lucid. Her thoughts were all disordered. Disordered. Like an unfinished jigsaw puzzle. It tried to slot every piece into its rightfully in its rightful place seemed almost like an impossibility. She thought she could recall, however, a faint memory which had imprinted itself upon her mind. She could remember the stench of blood. Annie had come to her bedroom, where she had been in her nightgown, and bade her to escape. Taking her hand, Annie had led her through the hallway, making his bare feet pounding against the floor. Together the two women had passed a large bedroom, its door ajar, and upon the bed Meike had seen Meike winced, then pressed a hand to her mouth. Yes, I still remember that. How many times am I get waved at in the server? This different server. Jesus Christmas. Please, stop it. Meike had her eyes full upon Magdalena once more. She continued to sleep, as Magdalena had no need for air. She slept quite soundlessly. Hello, phone. I see. Just did not rise, neither did her eyelids tremble. In sleep, she really did not look like a doll. She really did look like a doll, one which was devoid of life. My mistress wasn't that young girl we saw, was she? That's right. Magdalena talked to me about their circumstances while we were both tending to you. Sorry. Magdalena talked to me a bit about her circumstances while we were both tending to you. If you want to know more about her, you'd best serve to ask her. I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to explain everything properly. It's awfully complicated. Oh. Oh! Look here now. Magdalena glanced. Penny glanced at Magdalena, then drew back. She's beginning to stir. All that talk must have served her. True to Henny's words, Magdalena was finally starting to shift. Her pale eyelashes fluttered, still drowsy from sleep. The once still chest, meanwhile, rose and fell in a parody of breathing. It was unnecessary, of course. Being undead, Magdalena had no need to breathe. But it had been an instinctive action. Something which only ceased when Magdalena's consciousness did. I think I'll make myself scarce for now, Meike. I'm sure you've a lot you'd like to talk about with Magdalena. I'm sure she's a lot she'd like to talk to you about. She wouldn't stop talking about you, you know, when you were unconscious. I'm starting to worry she's even more devoted than I am. And he withdrew, laughing softly as she did. All before she left the room, she paused to say, I'll be back to check on you later. I'm just glad for the present. You know? To know you're alright. I truly was worried about you, Meike. The door closed behind Henny with a thud, leaving both Meike and Magdalena alone together. Give me a second. Let me check something. I am checking something I'm curious about. Maybe let's go. The close behind Henny, the third, being both Meike and Magdalena alone together. This button. Magdalena was sitting up right now. You're sitting up now? Red eyes wide with a sigh of relief, exclaimed. Meike. Oh, Meike, you're awake. Are you alright? I'm just gonna scroll a bit far. I'm trying to find something. Ne. I'm gonna format stop using this in a second. I'm gonna. Meike began to respond. Half formed. Yeah, in her response, I was not half formed upon her lips, but she hadn't the time to fully formulate it before Magdalena flew to her. Let's see one part of this. Look, that's my fuck. Never mind. Some part two there. No, this is 7 months back. Meike felt flattered by Magdalena's affection, and she wanted to relax into her butt. Ow. Meike tensed. Pain began to ripple through her. Her every nerve ending on fire. Feeling Meike shudder and hearing her gasp of pain, Magdalena drew swiftly back, abashed. If Magdalena possessed the ability to blush, her face would surely have turned pink. Part 2. Ow, ow, ow. It is gay. I agree. Very gay. No. I don't think we're gonna find what I'm looking for, am I? Odds of it are low as fuck. So, I just done my size there. No, it's just the demo. That's the demo 6 months ago. I do not think I'll find what I'm looking for. Because I doubt someone finished it that fast. Faster than me. Definitely not. Definitely not. They're so gay. I agree. They are so gay, Possum. I don't think I'll ever know the answer to this question I'm trying to find. It's a demo, not the full game. Yeah. I don't think so. I'm so sorry, Meike. I apologize. I was just so relieved. I've been watching you ever since it collapsed. The last 2 days or so. I barely slept at all. Yeah, it's not close to what I'm looking for. Nope. Nope. I know you have. You told me. No, she did she? Magdalena pouted. I had to expect that she would take the wind to my sail. That maid of yours, she busybody. She's such a busybody. She was lecturing me, you know, to take better care of myself. For I'm not a mere mortal creature who's been alive for over a century. Why the gods would you believe it? There's no. I'll never know. I'll never know how close I'm to finish this game. Will I? I'll never know. Live button. それは She talked to me like I was a hopeless young girl, or maybe a weak human like me. Yes, that's right. I don't think you're weak at all, Meike. It was very brave to come between me and... It's very brave if you'd come between me and Hyde Marie like that. Though it was also very, very foolish. Well, like I said now, it didn't occur to me that at the time, though. It's part 3. I don't see another part to it, so I assume this is what we finished. The game. Sorry, I'm looking through people's votes, trying to find something. I've been trying to find how fucking close I am to finishing this. Oh, here they are. About 2 hours. No, it won't be right back for a bit. Never mind. It'll be before 40 10 minutes. Talking. CG and okay. I guess we can finish because we do this a bit longer. Okay, cool. Just a longer stream because we could finish the gate today. We're also like a really short segment of this game, and then next game, which is feels bizarre to me. Well, except now, it didn't occur to me at that time though. I think it's did I say another 2 hours? Did I say another 2 hours? I forgot what I said actually. I'll be honest with you. I forgot what I said actually. I'll be honest. Did I say another 2 hours? My brain stopped existing. As I said, I forgot what I said actually. What did I say? You remember what something like 2... Did I say something like 2 hours? Did I? Maybe I did actually. I think something like... Actually, it's the end of the 2 hours, never mind. I did say in the 2 hours. That was correct. There is another... about 2 hours. An hour and a half. Girl, please. Fine. We'll just stop at 7 then, okay? Then I'll do the thing where I play one game, then play the next game next week. Fine. What did occur to you then? Pray tell. I thought I wanted to protect you. Protect me? Magdalena smiled, bemused, and shook her head. The sentiment is sweet, but you need protecting. You need protecting far more than I do. Not more so than ever. I'm starting to think it's no wonder that maid of yours is such a fussful part. Having a mistress like you to deal with, looking after you, would turn anybody into an anxious wreck. I do wish you hadn't let me, though. But I suppose she meant well by it. He always does. She's a sweetheart. She's always watched out for me ever since we were a child. I was a child. I could tell when I watched her tend to you. Concern was palpable. It made me a little jealous, I must admit, to see another fuss over you son.
and to know that she was the one that let me find it awake. I wish to be the first person to see you when you regained consciousness, but my foolish body betrayed me. I might be undead, but even I need my beauty rest. Yes, you do. You haven't been getting nearly enough of it. The bags to your eyes are frightfully dark. Oh, okay. Magdalena smiled bashfully. Do you mean to punish me too? I've been getting earful of it from that maid of yours already. You can rest assured I have seen the error of my ways, my caring feeling. My caring feeling, I admit, have been too effusive. But how can I get worried when it means so much to me? I'm just terrified, for your sake. You humans are much too delicate for your own good. Magdalena brushed her fingertips against Meike's cheek, tracing the contours of her face. You really must be more cautious in the future. If you were to sicken or to be hurt, it would destroy me, especially with that Henrik fussing over you so much. I started to feel distinctly like a third wheel. Lena. Meike smiled, touched by Magdalena's concern, and let her fingers rest upon Magdalena's. Don't tell me to horribly jealous of Henny. She's only my friend. I know that, but it hurts nonetheless to know she loves you so. Not that I can blame her. Who wouldn't love you, really, when you're so immensely humble? Well, we know someone who would not, and that is the man of Hergrot. Hergrot. I think you're exaggerating. Hardly. There's a lot to commend you for, though. Your endurance might not be on the top of that list. Here Magdalena smiled, as did Meike. The two women chattered laughter in soft patterns like falling rain. Meike subdued by the ache in her chest, which had yet to fully shift. Once their laughter had passed, and Meike had reassured Magdalena that yes, she was alright, and no, her unexpected embrace hadn't hurt, not at least. Meike then dared to ask the question which had been playing upon her mind since she'd woken. I was just wondering, when Hetty tried to run away with me last night, or it might have been the night before, I don't remember. There was a jumble. We passed an open door bedroom inside. Well, I saw a girl shackled to a bed, lying in the shadows. I didn't get a good look at her, but seemed very young. And she had been very dead. And she was very dead. Okay, let's end it there. Let's end it there. We'll get the big Magdalena backstory, I assume, next week. Over here. That is it for today. Are you happy? There, you happy now, Possum? We're ending stream. We're ending stream. You happy now? You fucking weirdo. That is it. Where is Renee? I lost Renee. I don't know where she is in this giant list of things. I found her. There we go. That is it for today. As I reach myself my position. Right. Let's see. That was interesting. I was not expecting a revival scene to happen. And what I did expect after the revival was that there would be a very big price to pay, right? After a whole ass revival of a whole ass person. Johan's kind of insane for that. We appreciate that.
Oh René, wherefore art thou, oh René?
Do René.
But yeah, that'll be it for today. I'm excited, kind of. I'm interested to see a bit, to learn more about the backstory of Meike the Nice. I assume what's gonna happen. I have been spoiled by trying to find out how much is left in the game. I've roughly seen one of the ending CGs of the game, but that's fine. I'm gonna forget by the time I'm gonna forget by next week, because my brain is fucking shit. But that is it for today. We know what we're gonna go to our usual raid target. I have typed so much that I don't have to type it that long. Hell yeah. We're gonna send to Yuri. She's currently playing the Blueprints, which is a very fun, very fun pun. A very fun pun. With the pun of the name. Blueprints sounds like blueprints. The whole concept of the game is you're kind of, you know, building, kind of using blueprints to try to escape something. Kind of navigate through a chapel, a mansion. But that is sounds fun. I want to go have a shower, have dinner, and hang, relax a bit more. And I'll see you tomorrow for some more Misty Sakaya. Because, you know, why not? We love Misty Sakaya. It's a very lovely game. I'm very enjoying it. And chances of having a voice in my head tomorrow, high, not sure. Up to the voices. The voices can choose whether they want to be on head or not. But until then, I'm gonna have a nice relaxed time. Have the rest of your day at whatever. And until then,